bugs happen. But along about 2017, those same devs were allowed to go back in and correct a lot of the bugs, make the loading times a lot faster, because that was a big gripe, and put in a DLC. That's the one for the Starving Sea, and they added a couple of, they added a new bot frame that they had talked about before, but didn't have. And that brought about the Definitive Edition. Now, if you've got an old Recore disc in your closet, the original Recore disc from 2016, I don't know what it is on Xbox, but I know that if you load it to your computer, it'll go directly to Steam, and they will download for free the Definitive Edition. In other words, it'll correct a majority of the glitches in the game, as well as add the DLC and the new bot. So there's that. Are there still glitches in the game? Yes, there are still glitches in the game. However, because they used motion capture, I think that their gameplay and their cutscenes are so much better than most others. That being said, my problem was with the story. I loved the story, the full story of Recore. And if you've played this game, you've seen this story develop, where this girl wakes up out of cryo sleep, her crawler is down, she's on this planet that she's come to help terraform, and it doesn't seem like anybody else is left alive but her and her Corebot friend. Corebots are robots. They're AIs. Now, the problem with the story is what I'll show you here in a second. But first, let's take a look at the difference when we add in the Definitive Edition that came out in 2017. So, let's play that, just so you can see it.
Go on, Mac. It's over there.
Don't worry. You're safe with us.
Seth, jump on! Smash, Duncan!
Kai Bray, core maintenance.
Jewel Adams. Atmospherics.
I'm glad I'm not alone out here.
Me too.
All the weak must die. Go! That core is mine!
Joel, get out of here. You've got to keep the core safe, no matter what. have rescued you.
And there you have it. It seems to have improved the game. I know it has improved it for me. But like I said, there are still glitches in this game. And it's not something that other games don't have. If they were allowed, I believe the devs would keep going through here and upgrading it and updating it. And I've gotten a couple of updates through through Steam for this game on computer. I don't know if the devs are still got their fingers in it or what. I hope so. Now, the story bothered me, frankly, because, well, let's get into the game. And with that, when it comes up, you'll see Microsoft Studios owns it. Concept was in there. Armature did some magnificent work, and so did Asobo. And if you notice, the loading times are a lot less. The very first cutscene in this game bothered me a lot. And there's like Draco. Draco knows I played this game so many times my fingers hurt. Because it's a way for me to get the voices out of my head. See, I am a writer. That's what I do. I'm twice retired, and all I do is I sit up here on this mountain and write novels. I've got several published, and frankly, they're everywhere. I'm what you call an internationally known author. The problem is, I give away more books than I sell, and I'm fine with it. But I also wrote the books for this game. I wrote the fan fiction for this game, and that can be found on Reddit under our Recore. There's 4 books in the fan fiction tab. The first 3 cover the entire definitive edition of the game, but the 4th book is taken by conjecture from all of the logs that you could find in Far Eden. And that's important because it's like having a story within a story when you start dealing with that. That being said, let's get into that first cutscene that I was telling you about. Now what we're going to do is we're going to start all over again. You can see here that I have a game where I've actually found 109 of these elusive cores. And we'll be looking at some of the places where I found them as we go through. I allow the cutscenes to go through. We do adventures where we can. Side quests to build up Jewel and her buddies. But let's get into this first cutscene.
Far Eden. It wasn't supposed to be like this.
Go on, Mac. It's over there.
But if anyone could set things right, Jewel, I knew it would be you.
Okay. We're looking for a power source. It's the only way we're going to get our crawler back online. Do you have the scent, Mac? Then let's track it down.
Okay, this is where the game gets a little strange for me. The reason it gets strange is because here she is, going effectively north to find her objective. Problem is, right here is where she's trying to get to. This is where her crawler is, and the crawler is what the terraforming community has been using to live in. It's actually a big sand-capable RV, huge, and it has everything she needs from a workshop to her bed to her shower, bathroom. Everything is included in this big monstrosity that they call a crawler. But the only way for her to get from here down to here where she is to go through this tunnel system, through the mountain, and down and out this door. And I know I said the problem is, but I want to say it again. The problem is this door is closed. This door right here is closed, and there is no mechanism to open it at all. So how does she get down here? That bothered me because, like I said, I love this game, and I've played through it so many times it's unreal. So I decided to look. Now, she's down here, and besides the fact that the sun is up and she's bare-shouldered, and she's a redhead, by the way, and fair-skinned, she's, there's radiation seems to be everywhere above where you can play this game. Now, I'm going south right now. And by the way, there's a lot of complaints about, okay, you can't get any key bindings, you can't change the key bindings. I haven't tested that theory because it may have been changed, but if you look at the key bindings on a computer, now Xbox, I don't know anything about. I'll be honest. Yeah, Draco, I'm streaming on YouTube as well. It's a test for me. It's under Ricky, R-A-C-K-I-E, Pool, P-O-O-L. I checked it out. It seems to be working. I don't know. I don't know if I know that I can't talk to them because I don't have the power in my computer to have those the streams up, so I could check in on them. And being technically inept as I am, that kind of thing eludes me. Anyway, let's look out here at this scenery. And by the way, I love this scenery. There's people out there that say, deserts, why is it just desert? Why isn't there something else? Deserts are beautiful if you've ever been in one. They're absolutely gorgeous. Problem is, there are great gulfs between here and there, and it looks like that would be interesting to explore over there, but you can't get there because of radiation, and there's nothing there. There's nothing out here that can tell you that there's another area. Like I said, I wrote those books. I wrote 4 books. The first 3 books were the definitive edition of this game. It encompassed everything that happens in this game. The 4th book puts her down here because of situations that come up because of the logs that we find throughout the game. And I did on pure imagination and conjecture based on those logs. If you're interested, like I said, you can find, hey KZM, you can find those books on Reddit under r/Recore. You just go there, look to the right on the fan fiction, under the fan fiction tab. There's 4 books there. I'm the only one that's written anything for Recore recently, as far as I know. They're free. You can download them. I can't sell them. The rights to Recore still belongs to Microsoft, and they're not, I've tried to contact them, and they're not responsive. I think they want to forget that they screwed this up so bad. However, their screw up is my deliverance. I love this game. Anyway, let's get back to the game and see what we can find. Now you'll notice that she has jets on her boots and a booster on her back where she can jump. It's very important that you know certain things about this game. A novice coming into the game will find out they have a double jump, and this whole first part of the game is a tutorial. You get other things as they're added, but basically this is where the main tutorial exists, right here in this first part of the game. So one of the things you have to know is if you want to jump on a computer, it's a space bar. You can jump once or you can jump twice. Now, a lot of people will hit the space bar twice because they think they have to. The problem with that is that gives you no time. For example, I'm going to take off from here towards that white thing, and I'm going to jump twice and see where I land. Okay, I land right close to the edge, right? The problem is, now, let's do the same thing. With a quick double jump, I didn't even get close to it. You have to time those jumps so you can get more distance. And you have a double jump that's available to you. A double dash, I'm sorry, the dash from her boots. Now, as long as you're away from the edge and have solid ground under your feet, you've got 2 dashes you can play with, double jumps. Okay, so let's dash off of here, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. Okay, now let's do that again, but let's move to the edge here. Right here on the edge. You dash, jump. Okay, never mind. You'll find places where you're too close to the edge and you don't get the second dash. He's gonna start talking here in a second.
Yep, my exoframe is working fine. Thrusters are recharging just like they should.
Now, she's got to get up there because that's the way she has to get into that mountain I showed you earlier. And she still doesn't know that there's a problem. She just thinks that people have disappeared. She's got to go find them, but she's got to power up her crawler first. So, comes across
There.
here.
An opening at the top of the cliff.
She just
That's our way in.
nonchalant. And then, what?
Scavenger core bites. Hey! Why are you attacking us?
No, in this case, we can't do anything to that. Because like I said, this is the beginning. Now, I want to show you something while we're relatively safe here. This is your inventory, your objectives, your crew, logs, etc. Your inventory tells you what you have on hand in the way of cores, any quests that are involved, and then you have objectives where you have hunting challenges that get unlocked that you can get if you're one of those that like to do completions. You could track a blueprint where if there's a specific blueprint for your core bot that you want to track parts for, you click on it and it'll show you on the map where those parts exist. Right now in your crew you have Mac. Mac isn't all that powerful, but she didn't think she'd have to fight core bots. So that's totally acceptable as far as I'm concerned. And he's got not a lot going for him right now. He's strong against tanks, but he's weak against apes. And these are other core bots that exist in this system. And here are the logs we're talking about. There's 5 sets of logs in the definitive edition. One is Thomas Adams. That's her father. She's Jewel Adams. In the books, I started looking at Jewel and how she got south of those mountains. And I actually wrote books for that. This is the first book. What I did is I set it up. I wrote it in first person journal entry type, where she's actually talking to her recorder. Sometime after all these events happened that got her south of those mountains, and gave it some background. And she's a girl. She's 17, just turned 17, and she doesn't know what's happened out there yet. She was in cryo sleep, and she woke up and everything was powered down, including her core bot. Her core bot was so weak that his power, his little core, the thing that drives him, was barely flickering. And this explains everything about what they're trying to do in this first chapter. I talked about Dust Devil, killed tens of millions, and then they were looking for an antidote, a vaccine, or whatever, and then they'd have outbreaks, and then the scientists at Mandate Corp, which is the company that the government hired to find an answer for this, if they could force the virus back south, they could hold it there until they could find an antidote or a vaccine to counter it. So they built pylons to move the weather around, like terraforming, so they could push this the Sahara. Yeah, everybody's heard of the Sahara dust storms. Well, according to what I wrote, this virus crept out of the melting ice in the Antarctica, and the Sahara dust storm picked it up and scattered it around the world. That's why they call it Dust Devil. There had to be a reason why it was called Dust Devil, so I invented it. But here it says, I wrote that the pylons work too well. It not only helped the virus south of the world, but it made all the currents travel there as well. The seasons were messed up and turbulent. You had floods in Death Valley, all kinds of things, craziness. And then her father invented the cores. And these are balls of crystal that were the complete and total computer. It held CPU, memory, RAM, everything was included in the ball of crystal. And it ran at such a high speed that a normal computer running at that speed would have burned up. But these cores stayed cool. They were just crystal, and they stayed cool. So they started using them when Dr. Roldan found out about these cores, because the pylons were trying to operate so fast to correct the patterns that it overheated all the computers that he was using in these pylons. When Thomas Adams came up with the core, they incorporated those into the pylons, and it seemed to work a lot better. Anyway, this tells about how she got at the age of 8. She got into atmospherics, so she could go on this thing her father was going, and her Dr. Roldan, she called him Uncle. Uncle Julius, and he suggested that they train her. And by the age of 14, she was graduating from MIT. Not only is she a smart girl, but she's a tomboy. She used to run with her Rottweiler in the desert. Her Rottweiler died, and she was broken up about it because he was her best friend. And when they brought Mac, the canine, she tried to reject him. And he kind of, when she started crying about it, he kind of slipped up close to her and stuck his metal head on her shoulder. And from then on, they were inseparable, according to me, of course. Like I said, these books are all on Reddit under r/Recore, or actually you can find them in Discord as well. There is a Discord for Recore. If I could learn how to spell. That is good for a short period of time. If you go over there, you can find those under the fan fiction again. And there's people there that are talking about the game, and not a lot because there's been a lot of detractors to this game. She right here in this first chapter, Jewel talks about herself, talks about what they went through, talks about what happened when she woke up, and why things happened the way they did, and she still doesn't know how long she's been sleeping. But she's hoping to find somebody or a core bot that will come and help her get her thing back up, her big old hunk of junk. Like I said, if you played this game or if you haven't played this game, those books are I think they're good. Of course, I wrote them, so I would think they're good. She's talking about her. Anyway, let's get back to the game, because I want to get into the game here pretty deep, and see where we are. Okay, like I said, we have the audio logs. We've already, as we add a new bot, we're going to be able to see different things. We have unique core bots and all of that. And then you have Jules' notes. And a lot of them is basically the how-tos for the game. But let's get back to the game. Okay, we've already been attacked, and she's got to get up there. So let's go.
Old core bot frames.
Now you can
Looks
lock
like the
onto a
scavenger bots
target
have picked them clean.
on the computer with your right hand.
Watch out, Mac!
Now in this first part,
All right, let's make our way to the top.
If you-
Lead the way, Mac.
throughout the game, if you destroy a core bot, they drop parts. And you need parts to fix up Mac and
Right
any other
behind you.
core bots, friendly core bots you find. Problem with this first part is you get no parts. Any core bots you blow up, you don't get a part from. So the best thing you can do is pull the cores, and I'll explain the cores when we get back to our crawler. The cores are important, as are the pieces of cores you find in different locations. Okay, so let's continue on. Look at this.
Most people on Earth looked at images of Far Eden and saw nothing but rocks and sand. But some of us saw a future paradise.
Whoever did the scenery did a good job on it. Now you can change the brightness. Me, I don't bother because it's sand. Sand on top of rock. Bleach sand. I've seen it. Many of you have seen it. You've been to Arizona, Sahara.
Whoa, careful, boy. It's a long way
definitely.
down.
It is actually a long way down. You can see a lot of scenery that was brushed in that we probably will never be able to see in this game unless they decided to do a Recore 2, which they probably won't because this game actually failed because of the rushed product. And a lot of people are complained about that, and they won't mess with it. And Xbox is not really all that interested in it. Now I'm going to use what's called the charge shot. I'm using what? Each one of those gives us a little bit more XP
Huh.
to
Looks like
upgrade
this door
our
is missing its power cell box.
capabilities.
The little guy must be around here somewhere.
The lock-on can be important as well. Okay. That requires what's called a cell bot. A cell bot's right there. If you look at these little blocks right here, those are E-Turner. Yeah, be quiet. Let's go get this guy here. That's E-Turner, and that little blue thing, that was a chip of core.
There you are. Let's get you back to your socket.
Okay, so we bring it over here. It sticks in there, and it opens up.
In you go.
There was a reason why the cell bots that you find throughout this game are elsewhere. That comes later on in the story. But now,
Mac, listen. You hear that?
yeah, here's it.
Come on, this way. Mac, get back here! Mac! I'm coming, Mac!
Jerk. Took my bot. But we're gonna go right here. Again, and we lock on to the center. It's a charge shot. And you find that there's a lot of platforming in this. Now if we just step towards here, it closes. So we have to do this a different way. We have to dash through here before that closes. And then we have to exercise our dash, double jump.
Mac should be on the other side of this door.
This is all practice for the rest of the game. Now, I don't know what it is on the Xbox, but here you have extract. When you start extracting, the cable will be black, and you'll be pulling on it. If it turns red, that means it's pulling too hard. If it turns white, it's about ready to break. So you have to play with it to extract.
There we go.
There you go. Otherwise, it will snap, and you have to
Mac,
start all over again.
I got you, buddy. Try and be more careful. We're not going to find many friendly bots in here.
And here's something else you need to look at. See this dark spot right here? Right there. That's a bump. Now normally, that bump hides something. Could be a part, could be E-turner, could be almost anything. The K9 is the only one who could dig that up. Without a K9, you may miss something that's important. Trust me, that's absolutely true. Now let's pull up some of these and see if we can get a little bit more for our situation here. Okay. We're fixing to fight somebody, so let's go out here.
Spider frames! I think we woke up a whole hive. More of them.
Well, didn't get nothing on that.
Still too tough to pull.
Pull the cord and you've got something you can use. And get some combinations going on. You can get an instant pull. And you've got
get
max
down.
special attack. That.
Didn't know he could do that. Come to me. That's the last of them. Did you see their frames, Mac? They were all corroded.
Now, let's take a look at our inventory. We've got these cores. What do we do with those cores? Yeah, that's interesting. Up here, we have a certain number of, if you look, you have red, yellow, and blue at the top of this system. Those were those chips we found when we broke open those boxes. We have no parts for crafting as of yet. So we haven't found any. The core box we've blown up didn't have parts because they're right here in the beginning, there are none. But let's move on.
I don't like it either, but we need to keep going.
Now, you go over
Another
here.
missing cell bot. I wonder what scared them all out of their sockets.
Now, I'll tell you a secret. It doesn't matter which one of these lumps you dig up, you're going to find a cell bot. And there's nothing else down here in any of those lumps. But we're going to send Mac, if you look up here on a computer, press and hold R to have Mac search.
Take a look, buddy.
Okay. And then just go back up and let him go ahead and search that lump. Hey, hi.
Don't worry.
There you
We
go.
won't hurt you.
And you'll go to the door, plug in, and open it.
There. Feel better?
Now here's the tutorial. Here's that chamber. And according to what we're doing, we're working our way through this mountain I was telling you about. Okay? This is where we need to go up here. And this is what we're working on. So let's proceed to proceed. No,
I know, I
kind
hear
of
it
cheat
too.
here because I know what's
Power
coming.
source must be close. Watch out, caterpillars.
Blow all both of them up. So
Corebots
that's
are
done.
much more intelligent than Corbites.
She's at
But we
level 3
designed them
because
both
we
to be absolutely loyal and highly
managed to,
protective of humans.
blow up a lot of Corebots.
Huh. I'm
little
getting some
Corebots.
really
Now,
weird readings from that
we
power
can either
source.
go up here,
I wonder
up
if it's
here,
affecting
jump
the other
across,
bots
jump
somehow.
across, or we could just go here. And then jump across. Either way. There's nothing here for us to find. Nothing that we can't
Come
find
on, Mac.
elsewhere.
The power source is this way.
And again, if you focus on any of these on the outside, you'll end up having to shoot the others. It's a waste of time. Just go here, get the whole thing with a charge shot, load them all up. Smooth sailing, right?
My extractor should work on this door,
We're going to
just like before.
extract this. If you don't pull, it just kind of doesn't do anything. Walk through a place like this, it's got a gate. Whatever we to do, I guess we'll have to figure out some way to open it. Nope.
That thing has shields. Maybe my charge shot can knock him out.
And this is where the tutorial tells you about the charge shot that we've been using. In this case, you hold down on the scroll wheel and it actually gives you the charge shot. Now, here's the secret. If you move away, Mac will fight him for a while, and then he'll come back to get. We don't have a distance here to show that. The more damage you do to one of those core bots, the easier it is to pull their core. Okay. in the open. This is an open area adventure. In the open, if you're too far away from your core bot or the enemy, you can shoot them. But you can call your core bot to go attack them. They will attack them and then come back to you to be petted. You have to stay close enough to the enemy so that your core bots will stay engaged far enough back to where they can't, to where you can see when they're going to attack you. And they transmit their shots, by the way. All right, here we go. We're coming up on the first boss fight.
Up there! Look! The power source! It's some kind of core. If we get closer to it, I bet I can grab it with my extractor.
Yeah, that's the whole idea. Now, I want you to see that ledge right back there. That ledge right back there is accessible. You can actually jump up from the bottom, get up there. You can actually jump over to that cable right there, and then jump over to that ledge. But as soon as you get on that ledge, you join hundreds that have fallen through the cracks on games like this and end up in the Phantom Zone. You fall into the programming, and she'll keep on falling until she finally dies. But you have no idea how she got there. There are places in this game that you can go behind the scenes and be at the wrong place, crawl between two rocks you're not supposed to, and end up behind the programming. This is some of those glitches we've talked about. It's not bad because it really gets interesting sometimes. But let's don't do that right now. Let's finish up this portion by going after this core right up here. Now, as soon as we send the retractor, and that's that thing on her arm right there, on her left arm, it pops up, and she starts pulling on it. You know, she's got an exoskeleton on that gives her the strength to run as far as she does without sweating all that much. Power cells there, and I say that she has a backpack in the books that carries the power, and a place to put cores where that wire comes up from her right hip up to her back. I'm saying that's a place where the cores are put in a displacement plane. Sorry, I had to drink something. Now, that being said, let's pull the core.
Come on! Nice and easy. Ow! Dang it! Well, guess we'll have to do this the hard way.
Like I said,
We need to get
stay
that
close.
core. Let's do this, Mac.
Come on. I'm gonna
Zip
send
it.
Mac after
That
him.
way, Mac. Get him, Mac.
Off balance by hitting one charge after the other and timing them, and then hit him with Mac until you get that bar up there below the white. Now that's as far as he's going to go. Once it goes to crack on these where it has to have the cutscene.
Gotcha. This is the power source we've been tracking? Never seen a core like this before. Have you, Mac? All the colors are mixed together. Oh, come here, boy. I see that leg. Doesn't look too bad, but I won't be able to fix it here. Can you make it back to the crawler? Okay, okay. Let's go home. All right, Mac. We got what we came for. Let's head back to the crawler.
Okay. Now, she had no idea what kind of core that is because she's not privy to that information.
Guess the core was linked to the local security system.
These doors opened to the other side of the mountain. So, she goes out. You see that door is open. You should be able to go through that door, go through the mountain, and come out on the other side. Not so much. She drops down. She jumps back up. The door is sealed. And there's absolutely no way to open that door. No way at all. In the first book, in the first chapter of the first book, I explained how she got to the other side of those mountains. They didn't explain it in the game. Had I been doing this game, it's possible that I would have found a way around the mountain because I couldn't get in through this way. I would have started her crawl, come out with no core bots, made her climb around the mountain, climb around the mountain, and come back around, and then be attacked by core bots and come to the mountain, at least to give a reason for it. But I wasn't writing the story until I wrote the books. Okay, let's get her down. Let's take a look at where we wound up. That is her crawler. That huge thing over there is a mobile sand crawling RV. And those over there are bad guys. Be that as it may, we have a few things we need to do here. You'll find boxes like that just
there's
hanging.
Our crawler.
And those are parts.
Home sweet home.
That's what I call a Mac lump.
Mac,
You send
dig
Mac to dig it up. Now sometimes poor old Mac will kick things off the edge of the cliff and you'll lose them, so you have to kind of find them. We acquired worn pistons. That's fine. Let's see what else we can acquire. Worn lens. Now, there's nothing else here, but there's a lot over there. So let's go over there. Now here's another one of those chests. We shoot it, and some of the stuff falls down and we lose it. So, to keep from losing more, I generally do this. Comes back up and catches me. So we go, and we want to go over there, but first, want to gather up as much as we can. Now here's an interesting part of the story. No matter where you are on Far Eden, you're going to have to come back. And there's a reason for that. There are things in each one of these areas that only a specific bot can get. Like Mac's the only one that digs up treasure. if you look at this is just a rock here, right? Come around this side. You see that green stuff? That green goo is holding those rocks together. And no matter what she does, she can't break through at all. It takes a special bot to break through that. A special friendly bot to do that. And she has to find that friendly bot. This is the very first of our logs, by the way. And we're going to get it, and we're going to listen to it.
Hey, Jewel. Sorry about the other day. I've been preparing for your launch a long time. But when your ship finally left Earth, well, I haven't cried that hard since your mother died. I know I can't talk to you directly since you're already in cryosleep. And even if I could, the communication lag would just get worse the farther you got from Earth. So I thought, why not record some messages and send them to you for when you woke up? Consider them half official, half private. Well, guess your old dad can't mope around forever. We've got lots of work to do. Research to make sure the Far Eden project succeeds. I'm gonna do all I can to support you and the other heroes on that ship. And that includes Mag, who I hope is sleeping close beside you. Until next time. Love you, kiddo.
Ugh. More rogue core bots. Don't let him near the crawler.
I've got a core now from them, but because we blew it up, instead of getting the core, we have parts sitting here. So we got a part from them, and there's other parts lying around loose. Problem is, there's more rogue core bots lying around loose here. And we have to keep our eye on them. By the way, if you hear me holler, come on, like I'm upset, I'm not yelling at the game. I'm not yelling at Jewel, Corebots, anybody. I'm yelling at my hand. I messed it up in January, and I'm just now getting used back in it. And if you play games on computer, you know that the right hand, most of the time, is the hand you use on the mouse. Manipulate the mouse. Well, if my fingers aren't working properly, then I can't push on the right buttons hard enough to make it activate. And if that happens, I can't shoot the bad guys. Let's go over here. Now you hear that noise? That means there's a treasure up there. Something is up there. Now we can't get up there from here. I'll show you why in a minute. No matter what we do, we can't get up there. So we do this, and we come out here to the edge, and bad guy. Come on.
Gotta do more damage.
You'll notice there's no part because I pulled the core instead. However, there is a Mac lump.
You got the scent, Mac?
So let's let Mac dig it up. Find out what we've got. Now that's E. Turner. When we go here, here we go. Into Jules' notes. Let's go down here to E. Turner. E. Turner is refined from naturally occurring fluid on Far Eden. The energy-rich cubes known as E. Turners use power corebots as well as devices such as the tools on your workbench. Each frame part has a crafting cost listed in units of E. Turner. E. Turner is the currency because the Earth dollar or yen or whatever has no use on Far Eden. The Mandate Governing Council, which you'll hear a lot more about during this game, decided to use E-Turner as the foundation of the colony's financial system. Since all corebots have to have them, and in my books I explained that E-Turner was the fuel that the frames used to move. The cores move the frames that has a full tank of E-Turner. The cores themselves are these round computers that are stuck in a frame. The cores can be enhanced by cores that have been through the fusion generator, and they can be beefed up to be more powerful. It's not so much that they have more memory or anything, or more GPU or RAM or anything else. It's just that they become more powerful. They can handle a larger frame, a better frame. They can control. It's just kind of like putting a Volkswagen motor in a bus. It just won't drive it. But you can put a 327 in a Volkswagen. That makes it very powerful. And that's basically what you're doing when you're enhancing these cores. Okay, back to the game. So we're going to pick up that E-Turner, and you'll find up in the top right-hand corner, it tells you how much E-Turner you have. You need E-Turner. And when you find
The
something
Mark
like
8,
this,
mobile maintenance habitat. Double thick hull and redundant systems throughout. We built them to last. Of course, no one thought they'd need to last this long.
that's the mobile maintenance habitat, the crawler. Now you see that round ball right there? That blue round ball. Up here in the top left-hand corner, when we're doing fighting, you'll see that Mac has two balls, or two round balls up there. Those are his lethal attacks, his normal lethal attacks. You collect one of those, and he gives him an extra that once it's expended, is gone. He can have as many as 7 at this point. And as he gathers more, he has more. Now this is our objective here, to go inside. But I think we need to look around a bit more, because there's parts out here that we need. Now here's the problem. To get up there, we need a bot that can climb that. And there is one, and we'll find it here soon. But we can't do it now. So when we move out of this area, we are fully intending to come back. And mostly because we need to get these items that are lying around loose here that we can't get to right now. But right now we've got 3 red bots that don't like us very much.
Dash in, Mac.
And when you pull a core, you heal. Right now, I'm gathering parts. Okay. There's parts here. Here's another one of those rocks with that green goo in it. There's only one core bot that can get that. And it ain't Mac. But there is a lump.
Take a look.
So let's let him dig it up. Maybe we can get enough parts to beef up Mac a little bit. More Eternal. That's okay. We have a couple of more lumps back here that I know of. So we need to go back here and check them out.
Give it a look.
Now that's a part. So, select that part, and we'll go back up here. Because there's another lump.
Over here, Mac. Let's go.
Get over here.
Back
Get
to
over
me.
here. And now I'm going to send you back
Mac,
out again.
dig in.
So you kick it my way. And Eterna. We need enough Eterna to afford to fix Mac up. So the more we get, the better. Okay? Now, with all that said, let's go back over here. We've gotten this one. Let's climb up on top of there. You see all those parts? We need those parts. And there's something else up there we need as well. One servos, one valves, one servos, and then this. This is a health booster. If we look at her right now, she has 100 points, what we call hit points. We get that health booster, her points go up higher. Only 7 at this point, but she's a level 3, so. Again, we can just go inside here, or we can do some more exploring. I always do the exploring because we need all the help we can get.
Go on. You can find it.
Mac lump. E-turner. Okay. Let's go out here and do some exploring. Remember, we're low level, and there are core bots out here that will kill us. And we won't be able to even make a mark on them. But we do have a Mac lump.
You got the scent, Mac?
Need it, man. There you go. Nice parts. Now, before we go any further, we're going to go investigate something else. We're going to go up here and look around. And we already got a log from her father, Thomas Adams. The purple ones are from a Corbot with a signatory of V1 OLT. And these are important, but they're in gibberish. You can go to the logs and actually read them. But I think it's better, my suggestion, it's better that you find all of these and read them all at once. Or just go to the first book, actually the third book, and read those. Because I have a whole chapter of nothing but this particular log. This tells a horrendous story of what happened when she was sleeping. So let's pick it up.
Victor,
And there you have it. I have no idea what she said in that. But if we go to the logs, we can actually read it. It's kind of upsetting because it messes up the story as far as I'm concerned. This is the first log, and I'm not going to show it to you, so there. Throughout the books, when I found a specific log, I would either make reference to it or write what the log said based on where it was in the story. Some of these logs are important to the continuing story and what happened because of it. And like I said, you can find these books on Reddit under r/Recore or on the Discord under the fanfiction tab on either one of those. I think they're worth it because, well, not only did I write them, it explains a lot. Now, there's two ways up there. We can go over here and jump across, or just go up here and jump up. Why do we want to jump up? Because this is where a challenge tunnel is. Now, we can't get there from here, and I'll show you why in a second. But first, there's bad guys here. Those bad guys. If those guys get close to you, they'll set you on fire. Also,
Mac,
let's let
dig in.
Mac dig up that lump. Parts is parts. Okay. Now let's come over here. This says insert core. Okay, so let's insert the core. It takes 75 of those weird, clear, super colored cores to open this thing. It's for level 25, and these are the treasures that are in there. if it takes 75 of those things to get here, there's at least 75 out here in the wilderness somewhere. Well, I have a feeling, I've talked to people who've gotten as many as 112, 113 of these cores just wandering around the different areas. So, since there's no way in the world we're going to be able to get into there because we only have one of 75 cores.
I'll need to make the core stronger first.
Need to make the core stronger first. Okay. So let's dash across here. Now, right up here, at this point in the game, it's a level 10 core bot. Tough to beat, but I've beaten him before, and we may just go up there just for the grins. But the thing is, right up there is another one of those rocks with the green stuff in it that we need a special core bot to get into. We can challenge this guy, and it's good for XP. As a matter of fact, that I may just do just that, just for the grins of it. But first, there's a chest over here. Whenever you see something like that, there's a treasure. And you also hear something. I'll show you. Remember I told you about spacing out your jumps? If you don't, you'll never make it. When you hear something like that, that means there's a chest or something close by. Let's open it up.
Fingers crossed.
Now this has a blueprint for a frame. The blueprint. You have to have a frame to use the blueprint. Now we don't have a frame for an FL1R, what's called a flyer body, yet. But we'll keep that, as we'll keep the parts. Now, since we're out here, let's look down here. You see those bubbles right down there? There's bubbles right down there. Those bubbles are hiding a bad guy, or several little bad guys. Fly across here. And we'll drop down. And when they pop up, and they will. Where are you? There you are. There you are. Okay. Now, talked about logs and hiding places. You'd be surprised where you find things. There's a cave right there. Inside this cave is the first log for Julius Roldan, the leader of the advanced terraforming effort, and who is in charge of this whole thing. Now he's pretty proud of himself and pretty proud of all that he has been able to do, because he is the leader and he is the big cheese and he is responsible. But he is also kind of a megalomaniac.
This is Dr. Julius Roldan, Chief Scientist and Far Eden Project Leader. Today is April 17th, 2053, the first day of my first shift on the surface of the planet. All the other teams landed safely and are sleeping in their crawlers. Forecasts predict a break in the storms a few days from now, so I should be able to receive transmissions from Mandate Mission Control. Of course, they'll be decades old due to the distance between Earth and Far Eden, but I'll take any news I can get. In the meantime, I have plenty to do. First, see how many of the Corebot advanced units are operational. Mankind has a whole new world to build, and we can't do it on our own.
And that's the beginning. He was one of the first to come out of cryosleep because he's in charge. And the other advanced group has come out of, will be coming out of cryo soon, he said. And that's important so they can get things started. Now the idea was they'd come out of cryo sleep, get things started, get the core bots going, building this stuff, because fleshy humans can't do a lot of heavy lifting, even with the exo frame you see on her right there. Core bots are just stronger. And with the proper programming and their AI capabilities, they can build it, and then when the advanced team comes out of cryo in 10 to 30 years, they check it all, make certain changes, show the AI core bots what's wrong, and then while the core bots are fixing it, they can go to different areas, look around, say, okay, I want you to do this, and this, set up the proper programming, and then turn the core bots loose and go back to sleep for another 10 to 30 years. The idea is that Far Eden should be a paradise in 200 years, given the pylons, if the pylons are up and coded properly and controlled properly by the main Far Eden tower. So they have a central tower that controls all the pylons. Now she's in charge of pylon 512. That's her job. That and watching the weather. That's also her job as a atmospheric technician. Right now,
Take a
let's
look
get
around.
Mac to dig up that lump. Hello, Smiley. Hey, listen, y'all. I got a question for you. Since you're here, up there is a bad core bot. He's level 10 at this point. As we progress, he'll progress to a level 18. And we can whoop his butt. It just takes a bit. Should we go up there and beat him up for a while? What do you think? What do you think, Draco? What do you think, Smiley? Should we go up there and whip up on the core bot? Okay, Smiley. All right, Draco. Let's go up there and beat up on him. Now, we can get there by jumping from here to there, but we have to go around and up and over and back, or we could just go up here, turn around, dash across, climb up, turn around, dash back across, and we're there. Now, we're hiding, but there's the bad guy. Just send Mac after him. We need him to come to us, and there's a reason for that.
Take him out, Mac.
Don't worry about Mac. He'll heal himself here in a second. I just can't have that ape go too far away from me. I can't have him go close to the edge. Come on.
Max charge! Dash in! Let him have it, Mac.
Let's take his core. That's a good core to take. Tough. Now the reason I didn't want him to get too close to that edge over there is because, well, first let's have Mac dig that
You
up.
got the scent, Mac?
Dig that up, Mac. That's a good boy. And that's a pretty good part. Now, before we get into the reason, because as soon as we show ourselves, things are going to happen. We fight him so we can get to this. We don't have the bot to break into that again. So we've got several places that we can't get to yet. And we'll have to come back once we get the right bot, a friendly bot, thank you. However, we are at level 4 right now. And you see that down there? That thing on the left tells you his level, okay? That skull tells me that it doesn't matter how tough we think we are. We're not going to do anything to it. So, we're going to leave those guys alone. They will harm us badly. So, now that we've done everything we can do, let's go examine this door that we need to go through. That's called a crawler gate. Big enough for the crawler to go through back when the roads were a little bit better than they are right now. All right? And you'll find vents like this. And there's a reason for those vents to exist, but I'm not going to tell you what they are right now. So we come up here. This isn't active. Why isn't it active? Because our crawler doesn't have any power that we can use to direct this door to open. So, it's time to go home. Now, if we look at the map, you can see prismatic cores all over the place that we can't get because we don't have the right bot. Mac is not the right bot to get those cores. But there's 5 of them here, and she only has 1. Well, let's go. Let's take it to the house. And here's a lump.
See what you can
Mac,
find.
get over here and dig us up. That's my boy. That's my boy. Go ahead. All the way through this thing, Smiley, we have core bots from hell and minions that should have stayed home. This is how we're going to get into there. Now, as soon as we go in here, anytime we go through into any place else through a doorway, everything that we just fought out here respawns. So the 3 red ones that are out yonder, they respawn. The blue ones over there and the one right here respawns. That big guy that we just whooped his butt up there, he respawns. But we're not going to worry about that. Let's go in here, because here's a major cutscene that sets everything up for the story.
Let's get inside and see if this core will turn the power back on.
Hope this
Remember,
works.
she doesn't know what that is. She's seen the other cores, but she has no idea what that is.
Weird. Doesn't look like it lost any energy at all.
Hey, kiddo. If you get this message before you go to sleep, sweet dreams. If not, wake up already. It's
Look
been
what he's
200
playing with.
years.
He invented
Listen,
it.
I just wanted to tell you I've got a little more work to
And
do
it's a
here.
secret.
But they're holding a space for me on the next evacuation fleet, and I'll meet you on Far Eden, just like I promised. Don't worry, Jewel. Everything's going according to plan.
I know, Mac. Nothing is going according to plan. I mean, look. Pylon in the next sector is offline. Now that we've got power, we can unlock the gate, go over there, and check it out. But this report says the pylon's been offline for 96 years?
96
So
years.
why didn't we wake up right when the problem started? We're the closest maintenance team, right? What happened, Dad? Where are you? And where's everybody else? Come on, Mac. I'll get you fixed up. And then we both need to fix that pylon.
Come on over to the workbench, Mac.
Now, here's the workbench. This is the important thing because right here we can beef up our core bots. Jewel doesn't have any armor. She wears what she wears. That was specially designed for the advanced core to survive in the harsh desert climate. The other ones have special uniforms as well, depending on what they were supposed to do. She's out there amongst them, so she has that. That's pretty tough, but it's the only thing that saves her is her hit points that she gets by getting those red health boosters that we got earlier. Okay? Right now, we're going to go over here, and this is part of the tutorial. Jewel can research and equip new parts, change loadouts, upgrade her core bots, and she researches blueprints that she has in her computer to replace Mac's broken parts with a new one. Okay? So we go over here, click on this, then we click on the canine frame that Mac, all that Mac is in that blue ball. That's who he is. So click on this, and here's a blueprint that she has on the computer. That's all she has right now. So let's research that. We have all the parts. Worn pistons, if you look down here on the bottom right, worn piston, you need 2, she has 2. Worn canine pads, she needs 1, she has 1. Canine sensors, 1 and 1. And red fusion, if you look up here in the top right hand corner, according to them, she has 15 points of red fusion. She needs that to build this particular part. So we're going to say yes.
Yes!
And it gets built. Now we back out twice and we go to the core bots. Because now that we have a blueprint actually built into a part, we can replace the broken front end of Mac here with the one we just built. We built it, and we're good to go. And he's good to go. Now we're going to press escape. We're going to save the loadout. And we're going to back out of this. Now you'll notice his attack went from 10 to 38. Now we don't have anything else. Here's our stash. Well, they won't let us do anything right now. Have to escape. No, we've escaped. We have additional blueprints in our inventory. And we have to gather the parts for it. Now we also have what's called AOK gear available. And you can use the workbench to equip that. Now, AOK...
Okay, Mac. Ready to help me fix that terraforming pylon?
He's all better. More or less. But let's take a look at something else here. In the logs, we have AOK. Now, AOK was a famous Corebot inventor. AOK disappeared in the starving sea, but what if AOK survived and his greatest creation fell into the wrong hands? Dun, dun, dun. Okay, let's take a look at what we've got for Mac. And also, at this point, we're going to learn something else. I'll show you what I'm talking about. Now, she walks out, and whenever you come back to the crawler, you have what's called inventory transfer. It'll transfer the parts. It'll transfer the cores. So we have more core fusion to use. So now we have more parts. Let's see if we have enough parts to beef Mac up just a little bit better. Let's go to what we have. Inventory. Nothing in her personal inventory. So let's go to the workbench and sit her down and take a look at what we have in the stash in the workbench. We have parts. As we go along, we'll have more parts. But each one of these can be converted. We can either grind them up and get rid of them, we can combine them, or we just cancel out. Right now, we don't have a lot of parts, so we're not going to do a lot of anything. If we combine those parts, those are worn parts, they become sturdy parts. It takes 3 to make 1. Later on, we'll be able to disassemble those from sturdy to worn if you need a worn part. And that'll take 1 and convert it, 1 sturdy part and convert it back down to 3 worn parts. And this is important to remember because sometimes you'll find that you'll need a sturdy part and all you'll have is like 10 or 20 worn parts. Oh my, what will I have to do? Go find sturdy parts? No, just convert them. Combine them, make 1 sturdy part, and you've got 1. Okay. Back it out. Let's take a look at more blueprints. Okay, it looks like we don't have enough canine valves to build the head. We don't have enough valves or stabilizers to build the back end, and we don't have enough valves and wires to build the augment. All of the frames come in 4 components. You have the head, the front end, the back end, and the augment. You get all 4 of those together. And if you look over here on the right under bonuses, the bonus for red bones, bare bones set is 15% lethal energy recharge. It takes 15% less time for their lethal attacks to recharge. And that can be important when you're in the middle of a battle and you've used up all their lethals and you need them to recharge faster. Each set has a different type of bonus, but there's also something else. When you go in here to put the new parts on, you'll find AOK parts. The problem with AOK parts is they cost a lot of Eterna. You look here on the bottom left, it says the cost to modify it is 500 Eterna. You look at the top right, where the white is, where it says 399, we don't have enough Eterna. So this is futile. So we're going to cancel, discharge the changes, and we're going to just back out of here for right now. However, there is something we can do. We have some red, some yellow, and some blue cores in our core fusion. If we look at the core bot, he's got like a 38 attack right now, 76 energy, which is what he uses for his lethals and to drive himself, and 53 points of defense he can use to keep himself from being blown up necessarily. Remember, core bots don't die; they just go out, and if you survive it, they'll come back up for you. But if we go to core fusion, this is what you find. Make your friendly cores more powerful by fusing them with the cores you have extracted from enemy core bots. So we take these different things here, the red fusion, the yellow fusion, and blue fusion. We add it to, in this case, Mac, and we can make him more powerful. So we're going to do that because we can. So let's click on Mac. And I always come down here and just fully energize with whatever I've got. Fully energize, I have 6. And I click on the defense. And I give them a little bit more there. And energy, we fully energize. Now we didn't max him out. We don't have enough cores for that. But we do have enough to beef him up a little bit. So now we exit out of that. We look at what it's going to do, 30 to 49, 45 to 47, 72 to 90. Let's accept those changes, and we'll see how it's changed him. He's actually a bit more powerful. He can take on like that ape creature a little bit better. So we need more parts. Now, what we can do is we can go out here and blow up some of these things because we can. But do we have to run back and forth all the time? I mean, run through gates and all that stuff? No, this game has fast travel. But it's called something else, transfer plate.
Oh, look. Our transfer plate is powered up, too.
It's powered up, however, access is denied. V1 OLT security protocol in effect. We don't know, she doesn't know what's happened. She has no idea whatsoever.
Security protocol V10LT? Yeah, I've never heard of it either. But we can't use the transfer plate as long as the protocol is active.
And that we'll find elsewhere. Now, before we go on, y'all, I need to take a quick break. So, let's take a quick intermission. I'm going to get me a cup of coffee. Let my dog, who's driving me nuts, out for a minute. I should be back in about a minute and a half, 2 at the most. Be right back. Okay. Now I have a feeling within the next hour or so, people are going to show up, and I'll have to take another break. I hate that, but hopefully y'all will understand. In the meantime, let's take another shot at this thing. All right? Okay. We're going to go back out. Now, remember what I told you. When you go through an area, and then you go into a place like this, the enemies respawn. The Mac lumps, where Mac digs things up, they actually respawn as well. Give me a second. Sorry about that. And luck would have it, my truck went south on me today. And that was the mechanic telling me the bad news. Water pump, idler wheel, belt. Diesel is expensive. Anyway, we're still going to play this darn game. He'll probably call me back in a little while. Hopefully not real quick, but... Alright. Let's go out here and whoop somebody's butt. Well, the truck's got 180,000 miles on it, so it's done
The
pretty
pylon
good.
is in the next sector, Mac. Let's get going.
Okay, we're not going to get going just now. We're going
Mac, dig in.
to get some parts. See what we can do about beefing Mac up just a little bit more before we go crazy. There's a part. One rivets. Let's go over here and beat up on a spider bot. I think we'll just blow all these guys up. March over there. Just get back to dig
Let's see
this
if there's
one up.
anything here.
Pick it up, buddy. Not another part. One rivets. That's okay. Take whatever we can get. Here. Get Max to dig this one
Let's
up.
do a search.
More rivets. Not what I really want, but okay. Let's blow these guys up.
Take him out.
Drag this guy forward out of here. Oh, Mac. Mac whooped him really bad. That's okay. Mac, dig up this part
You got the scent, Mac?
while I go over here and get these. Yeah. Full screen. Whoops. Sorry. I forgot. There we go. Thanks, Smiley. Like I said, I'm a novice at this. Go down here. Dig up this one.
Over here. Mac, dig in.
We need Eternal. We're over 500 now. What need to?
There's the crawler gate. I'll have to initiate the manual override since our hunk of junk is buried in the sand.
Yeah, no problem. That's how we're gonna get in over there, but we have to walk it. I think we ought to take on that ape again. For no other purpose than just for the danger aspect of it. Come on, Mac.
Max, do it!
Saw that little bug
Charge in there!
that rejuvenated the ape. Come on, Mac, get back up.
Give him a shot. Max, sit in. Take him out, Max.
Take that too. And you know she stood there and looked at that core. If you leave her like that, then she'll spend a lot of time examining the core, and she won't move, and the bad guys are still coming after you. Bad guys over here are still not very nice. Soon, not face them right now. However, there is a lump here we can get to
Take a look.
without calling up those bad guys. So let's see what it is. Part. Got some airtime on that one, did you, buddy? All right. I'm moving to the next section. Now, that being said, here we look at the map. Which is steps. That's where she is right now. That's where we are. We have one of 6 of the prismatic cores. We've got one of 2 chests. And I'll be honest with you, I can't remember where that other chest is. I really don't know. We got the one health booster. Oh, I know where it is. Okay, never mind. It's up on top with this prismatic core. Okay. And this is all we can do in this area now. All we can do right now is go on to the next section. Okay. So we're going to hop up here, and we're going to go to the next section.
And we're in.
we're in. Moving right along. What'd she say? Onward and upward.
Far Eden was the closest planet with an Earth-like atmosphere. It wasn't perfect, but it sure had potential.
Yep, that's her father. Now, like I said, we watch for logs. And there's one right over there. That one is a yellow log. This one is Miss Bright. Miss Bright is convinced that her job is important. So, when you figure that the physicist in charge of this mission is fixing to be chewed out by Miss Natalie Bright, a communications officer.
Good morning, Dr. Roldan. How are you feeling? This is Communications Director Natalie Bright, Houston Mission Control. Unfortunately, this is an unscheduled transmission. I'm sure you can see that you have not reached Far Eden. In fact, you're still technically inside the Sol system. But we noticed some discrepancies in one of the engine status reports and wanted to make sure it was nothing serious. As you know, any errors in reports prepared by Corebot crew members need to be addressed by the mission commander, which, in this case, is you. Sorry to have interrupted your sleep with an emergency alarm, but I must insist you send me an updated status report within 12 hours ship time. I'll be overseeing all Far Eden mission comms as we work through this issue. I hope we can start things off on the right foot.
She sounds kind of huffy. But her story is very important to the overall story if you listen to the logs. But right now, that's Pylon 512 and it's sitting on its side. It's broke. And she and Mac have to fix it. But to fix it, they gotta wade through things like this. Now, the yellow one.
Stay alert, Mac. The core bots in this sector look corrupted too.
Thank you, Mac. Collect all the parts. Now, we need to get over there. But it looks like we got a sandstorm coming up. That's also part of the storyline. We're going to collect up all the parts. There's nothing over here. We can go look, but there's nothing there. Give me a sec. Well, this stream is starting out with a bang. That was the mechanic again. No problem at all. He's found 2 more parts that were bad, and I was thinking about replacing it anyway, but when I lost the belt on this thing, it just ripped those 2 parts apart. So, anyway, let's get Jewel and Mac across this great divide. That right there, we got a storm coming up. Now, as soon as she jumps across here, we're going to go to a cutscene.
The pylon. It's totally grounded. I know, Mac. Let's get to the pylon before that storm hits.
In the books, I make reference to the fact that Mac hates sand. He gets into everything, and she says you don't know the half of it. Okay, let's get across here.
That structure is the pylon's control center. Or what's left of it, anyway.
Now, we can go that way, which will take us to the pylon control center before the storm hits. But I'll tell you right now, the best thing to do in this case is stay right around here and build her and Mac up a little bit. It'll make it a lot easier when we get inside that pylon control. Once you go in there, you're kind of stuck with wherever you are. So, now we've got little bad guys. Oh, goodness. I allowed her to die. What the hell? No. Let's kill these little beasties, okay? You'll notice all this is closed off, and we've got all these parts over here. Let's collect these parts. Let's go up here. Collect up these parts. Canine sensors. And speaking of canine sensors,
Are those canine frames?
see,
They don't look like any I've ever seen.
but we want to take them out by dropping down here and taking them on up here.
Someone must have modified the frames.
Okay, we need to
Why?
collect up the parts. because that can be important to us. We're going to need parts for Mac. Still there, Smiley? You too, Draco? Got to beef up Max special attacks. Okay. Like I said, Mac now has 7 special attacks. And that can be important here in just a little bit. But there is a treasure chest right here. And we're going to open it, see what's in there.
What have we here?
Parts. Some of the parts we need for that full red set are right here. Cool. We're going to take them. And we're going to take all the treasure we can get. Any of the chips add to our inventory up here under the cores. Adds to that. And we've got all these parts over here. And that's important. Because we've got to beef up Mac and the other guys. And we've got to watch those guys that pop up all over the place. Okay. Red log. That's Dr. Roldan again. Let's hear what he has to say.
April 29th, 2053. It took me and Victor a week to reach the landing site for the supply vehicles. We had to route our crawler around a rockfall that wasn't on any of the surveys. But most of the core bots are in fine condition, and the prime core is safe, thank God. We'd never be able to terraform this planet without it. In 200 years, Far Eden will have blue skies, water, trees. It will be a paradise, like Earth before Dust Devil. Victor will be overseeing construction of the first stage facilities while I get the prime core online. If he and the other core bots continue to perform as well as I designed them, I might not need to wake any of the other humans for this shift.
The prime core is the controlling pylon for all of the pylons. It sets the level, it coordinates all the other pylons. And it does so with a special core. There's a core bot over there. But we're not going to worry about that right now, but we're going to gather the parts first. There's the bad guy right down there. Cores, and we got parts as parts. Let's get some of these parts. Now we can get up that way, or we can go over here and get up this way. Gather more parts, more E-turner. Before we get to the objective, which is the pylon control center, I kind of want to
The
collect as many
storm's
parts
getting
as I can.
worse. We need to get inside, quick!
Yes, we do. Shut up, Jewel. There's parts out here. Behave yourself, girl. You're not a wuss. Besides, the chest here we need.
Well, well, well.
White bare bones canine head. Oh. Okay, we've done about as much damage around here as we can. We could potentially get up there, but I think we'd run into a dust storm. So, let's just get that all the stuff on. So, we're going to take everything we find. And once we turn the corner, basic cutscene concept comes into play.
Once the pylons were up and running, we figured it would take about 200 years to stabilize the environment. Of course, if any of the pylons failed. All bets were off.
This door's all powered down. Wonder if I can use that core we found to give it some juice.
Yep. And these doors, of course, you'll see that the canine off to the side, you have to have a canine to go in here, because that's what you have to have to do anything in here. However, there's other bots that you can use, that you will need to use eventually. But right now, all we've got is Mac. And we've got these tracers that we need to find. They're all in there. So let's go in and get them.
In you go.
Okay,
Yes.
girl, let's
In
do
we
this
go.
thing. Here we have platforming, fights, puzzles,
Man,
all kinds of stuff.
feels good to get out of that storm, huh, boy?
Like I said, when I wrote
All right,
the book,
let's find the pylon controls.
Mac hates sand because it gets into everything.
Hey, another transfer plate.
Get
Just
ready
like
for
the
a
one in our
cutscene.
crawler. Let's check it out.
Here's the cutscene.
Huh. Looks like there's something stuck in the memory buffer. Yes, of course I'm a human. My name is Jewel. What's your name? Violet.
Draco may have.
V10LT? Oh, you're the one locking down the transfer plates. But why? The revolution? Okay. I think Violet might be missing a few bolts, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, she might be. Yeah, Draco may have gone. That's okay. It's no big deal. Sometimes people have things they gotta do. Just like me and just like you. That was alright. Let's go down here.
The first probes we sent to Far Eden found pockets of rare minerals on the surface. We all suspected we'd find a lot more underground.
Now there are dungeons throughout that are timed that you have to do certain things to. You have to find certain keys and an orb of sorts. This you can open treasure chambers. This is not one of them. This is a mission-oriented dungeon. What we're going to do is we're going to strip as much as we can from this.
Up there! The pylon controls.
Now, if
Come
you
on,
hear
Mac.
something, there is a chest up there. We don't have the bot or the capability of getting there. No matter what we do, we can't get up there. We need a special bot that uses that rail to get up there. And we'll get that here in a little bit. Okay? Okay. Now we've got these guys to put in here. And we'll gather that stuff. We'll go through here. Got all that stuff. This stuff. Now, if we look across, you can see a chest over there. We can't get there from here without a special bot to use that rail, which comes out on that rail. There's another way of doing that as well, but we can't do it now. So let's go over here and do this part, because this part is the important part. Oops, didn't work.
I guess one of these cores isn't enough. We'll need more to reboot the pylon.
The pylon itself takes 4 cores and she's only got 1. We need 3 more. So let's look around here and see what else we can find. Okay, let's go straight ahead, just for grins. Another door. Okay, let's insert our core. And that one needs 2 more, so we need 3 of those cores to get through that door. I think it's just being greedy myself, but that's just the way it is. However, there is something that we need to always look at when we come to something like this. We need to turn around and look up. There's a little cave up there. Sometimes we find parts, sometimes we find heals, sometimes we find E-turner, but we always find something. Alright, so let's see where we are. We can't go that way because there's no way to shoot those keys, because those keys are red. So, let's go up this way. That needs the red, but it's also protected. That's interesting. I wonder why.
Oh, look. This door has some sort of color-coded lock on it.
Color-coded lock. Yo, come
What is
over
it,
here.
boy?
That's one of those blasters that shoot it. It blows up the wall. And guess what?
Better be good.
We can now increase the power of our weapon.
Ooh! A red ammunition amplifier. Maybe it'll help with that door.
Now, if you look down here in the left bottom of the corner, you see that we have a white one. Watch your rifle when I hit the 2. 2 is for red. 4 doesn't exist and 3 doesn't exist. We got 1 and 2. The red is a lot more powerful than the white, but it's actually really more powerful when you use it on a core bot that's red. Kind of like those. Come on, guys. Damn it. Yeah. Okay. Mark. Okay. Now that that's out of the way, looks like the shield is off on that key. Shoot it, and the door opens. Okay, Draco probably had something else he needed to do. That's okay. That's fine. This will go into the vids, and you can watch it in the next 14 days. And like that. Okay, here we go. Okay.
There's the core. I just have to unlock that core socket.
That'll be core number 2. Now to do
This
that,
pressure plate must be linked to the socket. But it's missing all of its power cells.
need 6 of them. First one is right over here.
A cell bot! I know where you belong, little fella. Follow me.
Let's go over here, let you settle in. And we'll have to find the other 5. Of course, we know where those other 5 are, and there's a treasure up there that we have to remember to get. However, it's not that simple. Oh, there was a cell bot up here. And when we got close enough, he came down. We got the first of 5. Collect up our stuff. Let Mac dig up our
You got the set, Mac?
lump. And we will move on from there. What do you think about this game, Smiley? Nope. Let's go collect it. It actually uses the same basic key bindings and movement capabilities of PUBG and Horizon Zero Dawn. If everything works out right and I keep healing like I am, then what I want to do is once we finish up this all the way through, I want to go to Horizon Zero Dawn and play that one. I have not done a full playthrough for Horizon Zero Dawn, and I really want to. I've done some. All right, let's jump up here. And
Ring
hello
your
to my
core
little
bites.
friend.
They ought to help me get to the other side.
No, Horizon Zero. Horizon has also got the Forbidden West, but I haven't played the first part first. I need to do that before I consider the second part. All right, let's build her. Like I said, she's got at this point 107. Let's go get her another health booster. These are important. She's now at 125. The more life she has, the longer she'll last in a fight. Let's gather these two. There's one there and then one there. We don't even need to use this if we don't have to. Let's just do that. Except when you miss. Let's go this way. What the ringers do is they give you back your jumps and your jets. They repower your jets automatically. And we have a chest.
This ought to be good.
Well, come on. I don't think we have a mag level here. We do have another plug-in right there. Okay. Now we've got 4 of the little boogers. We need one more. Biggest problem as I see it is okay, guys. So let's go down. Guys, come over here.
Now I need to extract the core.
Yes, okay. Gotta play with that button. Try
One
to pull
down,
it straight
2
out.
more to go.
It won't go. Now, up there, the door opened. So, being as how it opened and there's a treasure up there, we've got to go all the way back around again. Yeah, let's just go around. I have no doubt we're going to meet something in here. I don't know what. Nope. Okay. Another chest.
Let's see what we got.
Got 4 letters for salty dog. Gather the treasure up. So we can build things. Build things stronger. Before we leave, let's clear out everything. Nothing down there. And there's a lump.
Give it a go.
Let's see if it's something that Mark hasn't dug up yet. Okay. Ooh, another part. Okay, this room is done. What, man? There's nothing over here. Is there? No. Okay. So let's get out of here. Like, that's a simple thing to do, right? We'll just go right out and nobody will bother us, right? Oh, yeah. Okay. Nothing left in there. No lumps out here. Okay, we're at level 6 now, which is a good thing. We need all the leveling we can get, actually. Okay, that door closed, but that will open it. No. Before we go too far, that rail system right up there, we could potentially get to it from up here by flying over there and then latching on. But it's easier to grab that rail system from over there, fly around here, and get to pick up here. Okay, let's take a quick break because I've got people coming in and my dogs are letting me know all about it. I'll be back in a sec. Normally this wouldn't be a big problem, y'all. Sorry about that. With my poor old diesel truck that's got 180,000 going on 250,000, shredding a pulley and just about taking out the water pump, and so I got a mechanic working on it right now, so I'm not going to worry about it. Anyway, here we are. Now, we've got two of the cores we need to power this thing up, right? Okay, now we know we need 3 for that. So obviously, the third core is right there. Now that we've got the red thing, we can pretty much what I think we're going to do is blow this guy up and take people apart. That'll work for me. Now, if you get set on fire, you get a dash. Now, we've got another log. That's a blue log. The blue logs are Thomas Adams. That's her father. Let's listen in.
When the Mandate discovered Far Eden, they called it a new horizon for humanity. But all I knew was that it would be the place that would take my daughter away from me. Don't get me wrong, Jewel. I was so proud watching you compete to become a member of the Far Eden team. And I knew you leaving was partly my fault. Since you were little, it seemed all we did was talk about space. About how incredible it would be to explore other worlds. And you're so much like your mother. Brave, kind, a little reckless. Earth was too small for her. And, I guess, too small for you too. What makes me happy is that we'll be able to work together, even though we'll be far apart, to test my new invention, the Core AI. If we succeed, we won't just have built humanity a new home. We'll have revolutionized the relationship between humans and artificial life.
And that's what he's all about. As long as it doesn't turn into a Terminator, that's probably a good thing, right? Okay, Smiley. I'll be here, don't worry about it. I'm going to roll up. If y'all are here and watching and you're not in the chat, anybody can chat on here, by the way. If you're here just watching, just hit that follow button. Appreciate it. Now let's take a look and see where we are. We've got things here. And no? Okay. Let's go to this chest here. Remember the noise?
Open sesame.
More parts. Now, while you're going through these dungeons, you can always hit the map thing and find out what's left in the dungeon. Now, we know we have that one chest up there we can't get to yet. There's another chest around here somewhere we need to get. And we've actually got 2 of 4 of those prismatic cores. So, this is wrong. Anyway. Actually, we got 1 of 4 that are in here. Oh, Okay, I know where the other one is. No, we're fixing to have to fight somebody. Yeah. Come on. Okay, so much for that. There's more. Here's Johnny. Come on, Jack. Okay, where are you? Okay, we've run out of bad guys. There's a chest up there. Question is, how do we get to it? Up there is covered by bars. Well, here, those guys. But how do we get that open, right? Let's go over here. That's how we get it open. Here's another puzzle. And this is speed run. Get up here, it opens that thing up. You step off of it. After a certain period of time, closes again. So we have to do a speed run over there. Like this, and we go without running into things. Now,
Surprise, surprise.
as long as you're in there, it won't close up on you. Still collecting bare bones canine stuff. No problem.
Do you hear
Let's
that?
go this way.
There must be another one of those cores nearby.
Core and chest.
Don't mind if I do.
That's a salty dog, canine augment. Now some of this stuff is pretty interesting, like this. You actually can't go into there, which is a good thing because that doesn't look like it would be good for you. But let's go on over here.
A dead end. The core must be around here somewhere. Matt, can you find it?
Sure you can. Let's do this first.
Open up.
Now that's a full set. White Wild Child set. And that's what I generally put on Mac at this point. that one has better bonus, I think. But let's get Mac to dig up that lump right there.
Take a look around.
Remember I said Mac's the only one that digs up things? There are prismatic cores all over Far Eden in lumps just like that. You just have to know where they are and
Who's
have
a
a
good
canine
boy?
with you when it's important. Okay,
That's number
let's
2.
pick it up.
Good.
All right. Now you think it's easy to get out of here? Should be. Now we got a sandstorm going on outside, so we need to fix it. But no matter what we do, I've always got that one more little flying monster. Where are you? Mac? You know where he is? All right. Really didn't make any difference, but yeah. Let's go over here and beat this guy to death. Okay, then Mac can dig
Mac,
that up.
dig in.
Okay, we've got 3 of 4 mysterious cores. We need one more. Got the 3 we need to go into here. And the 4th one is not going to be so easy to get. So, well, we do have a storm, so we need to go after it. And this is going to be one heck of a
last core we need is inside that thing's head. Done it! The only way we're gonna beat it is to pull out the core.
Come on. Darn hand isn't working.
That's the charge! Let him have it, Mac. And that's
Okay.
the last core we need.
We've got
Back to the
4
control
of the
room,
4
buddy.
cores. Can't believe that took me so long to do. Anyway. Now, there is a treasure up there, but we need a special bot for that again. We'll have to come back for it at a later date once we get that special bot. You know. So we're ready to go. Beef up Mac. Other stuff. Now, cutscene from hell. It's actually beautiful the way it worked out.
All systems go. The pylon's up and running. Let's head outside and take a look.
So, we have that chest to find. We need to go back to that place over there to get the treasure that's up there. So we've got most everything that we want from here. Got a chest and a prismatic corticat. We've got 4 of them, but we need more. Trust me, we need more.
All right. Remind me how these transfer plates work again?
Okay. Select a transfer plate on the map to travel to its location. Find more plates to travel to more places. Got it.
Okay. Now let me show you this. This is with the update. This new update and the DLC. They've done better because at one time in this game you had to go all the way back to Jules Crawler to do anything. I mean anything. Now,
Time to travel, Violet.
with these transfer plates done, you can actually send your stash back to the crawler. Yes, you still have to go to the crawler to do work on your core bots. But if you get too full up, you don't have to go all the way back to your crawler. Come all the way back where your enemies will respawn and you'll have to fight them again. All you have to do is send your transfer. All the parts we gathered and all the cores we gathered all go back to the crawler. In the books I was telling you about, I actually talk about that Violet right there, takes them back and stacks them neatly because, well, you'd have to read the book to find out who she really is. Anyway, so here we go. We've transferred our stash. Now all we have to do is go back to the crawler if that's what we want to do and build Mac a new frame. But here is a cutscene.
Whoa. Look, Mac. The storm moved around a whole bunch of sand. That's weird. I'm getting a ping from an old emergency beacon on the other side of that gate. The storm must have been blocking its signal. Come on, Mac. We better go check it out.
Magno.
Wake must die. Go!
The sands have shifted, revealing new adventures. You are now free to sorry, I had to cough a little bit there. You're now free to explore off the main story path, seek out hidden dungeons where the fiercest enemies guard the best loot, collect blueprints, crafting materials, cores, and experience points by defeating wandering core bots. And you can upgrade your core bot companions at the workbench inside Jules' crawler. Now, I personally don't believe that exploring off the main story path is an option. This is a necessity. The farther along you get in this storyline, for example, I've talked to people in different venues like Reddit and just different venues that stick strictly to the storyline. They go straight to storyline. They get to Far Eden Tower, which is supposed to be the main cult end of the story. It's not as far as I'm concerned, but it's okay. They get there and find out they're not only are they not strong enough to survive, they don't have enough prismatic cores to open the dang doors. So what was the point of that? If you go through the dungeons will allow you to learn more about the platform, more about what Jewel can do. The blueprints will allow the core bots to be strengthened to a point to where they can actually fight off the bad guys going to and inside the main pylon. And upgrading your core bot companions is a must. That and finding health boosters. Health boosters are your saving grace. Now again, here in Lonely Basin,
This sector is filled with
there are
rogue
things you
corebots,
can't
Mac.
get to.
Before we go much further, we should head back to our crawler so I can craft you
Now
some
we've
better
got a new
parts.
transfer plate to use because we were in proximity. Fast travel has been activated. Give me 1 second. Okay. Let's go look at things. Right above here is a chest. May not be something we need right now, but it will be something we'll need later.
Let's see what we got.
Now, right over there is an area that we need to get to, but to actually complete it, we really need another bot. So we're going to leave that one for now. That's where we need to go to the main quest. But we're not ready to go to the main quest just yet. What I want to do is run around down here, gather parts. Check out some other things that are around here. There are places here that are rather dangerous for us too. And there are places we really cannot afford to go to right now. This is where we were earlier. Let's go up here. And take out this dog. Okay. Okay. Let's do some exploring. Level 6.
Dash in, Mac.
Setting him on fire. Take his core. It'll help beef up Mac right now. Now, before we go around anywhere, let's go up here and check out the parts. That's another place we got to get to. But we need a bot for that to do anything. And there is another dungeon over there. Look at the map. That's a battle dungeon. Okay? But we're not ready for that one yet. But we are ready for that chest.
Open up.
Yellow bare bones. Okay. That blue guy is down there again. And what I want to do is get to thank you. And we're going to have to go through dogs again. But since we had a shift of the sands, things have been uncovered down here. What are they? Chests and other things. And this is one of the things I wanted to get to. There we go. Okay. Let's collect up the parts. And my hand is not really working as well as it should. It's not pushing the buttons the way they should. But I'm gonna keep on going. Got a chest down here now.
Open sesame.
Yellow bare bones, that's 2 parts to it. See what else we can find. Anything back here? Nope. Anything on the other side of this? Nope. But there's something over here.
What have we here?
White brute legs? Must be for a different kind of bot. See that up there? Something is up there. A chest of some sort. And there's a chest over there. And there's a lot of places here for Mac to dig. So
Take a look, buddy.
let Mac dig. Check out all Mac lumps. You still around, Draco, or do you have to take off, buddy? E-turner. No problem. See what else we can find. Nothing here. this treasure chest right? I think we need to look into. Now, occasionally you can find chests like this. You figure you just open it up, no problem at all. Well, not necessarily. Okay, here's the secret. A lot of people don't know. What you're doing is you're looking for cores, right? You need red cores, yellow cores, and blue cores. So you can build up your core bots while you're beefing up their frames. You will have all the blue cores in the world. Then you can find most of the red cores that you want. But the yellow cores are hard to find. If you can, while you're playing this game, you run into any bot that has a yellow core, take the core, don't go for the parts. And the reason is simple. There's just not that many around. Okay.
Fingers crossed.
Little bare bones. I think that's 3 parts for that. Now here's a secret. Secret coming. Remember I told you that the prismatic cores, those cute little things that we're looking for, that we have, at this point we have 4 of. There are prismatic cores all over the place. They're in containers, they're in the heads of core bots, they're in the bodies of core bots, but they're also buried in the sand as a lump that only Mac can pick up. If you don't know where they are, they don't show up on the map. If you pull up the map right now, like right now, let's pull up the map. And let's look at this area. You'll see prismatic cores where they're just kind of sitting in the general area that you are, sitting out somewhere, and you can find them. But the ones that are buried, you are not marked on this map. You've got to physically know where they are or have an idea. So let's go right here to the edge. Right over here. And take a quick break on these rocks. That is a Mac lump. Mac's right there. So let's let him dig it up.
You got the scent, Mac?
Just like he did in Pylon 512. And that one prismatic core that was under the ground. There you go. There are others, and as we go through this game, I want to show you where they are.
Do.
It's kind of important. Now she's got 5 of them. Okay. Right now we're still not at the level we need to challenge too many of these other ones. There's a core right down here. But those guys down here will kill us. And they have no problem doing that because they are bad people. See the skull? Bad people. Bad idea. Go away. But we do have a fast travel transfer plate right here. Oh, goodness. Run away. Run away. Run away. Come on. And yeah, when your hand doesn't work. Yeah, let's try this again. 'Cause I can beat those guys. I need to beat those guys. I can show you this next area.
Give him a shot. Get him, Mac. Get him.
Like that. All right. Now, from here, since the sand is gone, let's take a look. No, let's take a look this way. There's another area altogether. And it's an area that we cannot get to without a specific bot. I'm tempted to try it though. No. I don't think so. Never quite tried this one before. It is possible I just did myself in. It's also quite possible that I found a way in without using that specific bot. Or maybe not. I think we'll wait. Now here, there is a bot that will harm us. There is a puzzle right there. You need specific things to get it. Let's take a look at who we are. We are at level 8. The bot that guards us is level 20. Yeah, I think we probably should try to bypass him. Probably in our best bet that we do that. Here's that area. We need a specific bot to get from here to there. And we don't have that bot yet. And And trust me when I tell you that you cannot jump over there. It'd be nice if you could, but there's nothing there but a wall, an invisible wall, and you'll fall down there and you will die. So let's don't do that. Instead, let's go up here. Let's take some of this stuff. Parts of the parts. There's a chest up there. Whoops.
Max, do it!
I'll take the parts. We'll come back for that when we are stronger. Lots stronger.
Well.
White Stinger for an FL-1R flyer. We're doing all right by beefing her up just a little bit. But let's see where we are right now. See, there is a dungeon around here we need to get to. That one right down there. And that has a lot of good things in it. But we have still more treasures to find here. And see that burbling right there? Those are the little beasties that sting you with fire and stuff. There's a lump.
Go on.
Let's
You
see
can
what
find
Mac
it.
does with that lump. Okay. Got another part. This may seem boring, but I'm telling you, if you don't do the work, the main storyline is going to kill you. Where is it? I know you're here somewhere. Anyway, let's gather this. Fly over here. And open this box.
Better be good.
More stinger stuff. Wonder what that's for. I could tell you. But I'm not gonna. Now this is important. You see this area right here that's been uncovered? This is how we got here. And it's just to the left of the gate that we came in. But that gulf has been covered up, so the gulf doesn't exist anymore. And the roadway we came up is gone because of the storm, and that's where we jumped across. That gulch is all filled in. That's the door, and that area there was blocked off. It's not blocked off anymore. Let's go right around this way. There's a yellow spider over there. Let's find them. Yellow one, let's pull it. Not done, got another one. Okay. There's a Mac lump here. It's a regular old Mac
Mac,
lump.
dig in.
So we'll let Mac open it up. Could be parts, could be E-turner, could be almost anything, right? Well, it's E-turner. Okay. So, why is this place so special? Well, a couple of things. Got another Mac lump right here. Let's bypass that for a second. And look up here, see? Something up here that we need another bot to open up. So let's just go back down here to this Mac lump. Looks a little weird, doesn't it?
Give it a
Mac.
look.
Dig it up. Guess what? Rid of Recore.
Surprise, surprise.
No surprise here, girl. Okay, now she has 6 of those cores. Just by roaming around here, not even getting to the places where the marked cores are, just by digging in the dirt. So let's leave here, and because just about everything else here is of a higher level than we are right now. Yeah. Stick your face out. Go ahead. We'll have a few more of those to deal with. Get finished. What I'm thinking is that we'll do this first. This is one of those dungeon challenges, alright? This right here, the Brood Hive. It's got a lot of treasure in it. But this is one that's timed, okay? This is one that is timed. This one requires that you go through it the certain period of time, that you find 8 keys, and they're red, and that you find a yellow orb. If you can do all 3 of those, you can open up all of the final chests. However, there's also, if you look at to the right here, there's also 10 chests in there. There's no way you're going to go through this whole thing, get all those 10 tests in time. So we're going to go through it twice. First time, we're going to go through it for the treasure. Second time, we're going to go through it for the fun of it, for the time. So, let's jump down there and see just how badly my hand is going to mess with me. Now, biggest problem I got right now is my hand hates me. Let's see here. What I want to do is beef up Mac's attacks before I go in. Yeah, like that right there and that right there. All right, let's go in. We're going to go through it first and show you where the keys are. Show you where the orb is.
That'll do it.
Show you how we have to do it. But while we're doing that, we're going to be collecting chests and things like that. So here we go.
No turning back now.
On all of these dungeons, one constant is Violet. She will show up to help you get rid of some of the stuff that you've got in your pocket. That just added money right there.
Let's do this, Violet.
So let's transfer our stash back to the crawler. Empty our pack so we can start fresh. And we'll do that again when we come back. All right. Now this is when the time starts. But I'm not worried too much about time right now. I'm just gonna shoot the key. The bad guys that'll build us up a little bit. Okay. Whoops. Okay. The health booster. You only picked it up once. And then there's a lump right down there. Okay. Mac.
You got the scent, Mac?
Dig up that lump right there, buddy. See if there's anything there that's worth anything. Like I said, I'm not in that big a hurry right now. So, and we're going to have to fight some bad guys here in a second. So.
Let him have it, Mac. do it! Go get him, Mac.
And I let him kill me. That was embarrassing. I'm not worried about the time. Because like I said, right now we're going after treasure. Where are we? Come on. Fingers.
Take him out, Mac. Go get him. Mac, over there.
Very embarrassing.
Let him have it.
Yeah, you have to do all that just to get out of here. And with my hand the way it is, and not concentrate on specifically killing anything or speeding up, I just shot that key that was right there. And if you look up there, we've got 3 of 8 switches. Those are called switches. We're going to take all of this and move on to the next area. Because all we're after right now is treasure. We're just doing collections. Okay, we're collecting parts. And we're not worrying about speed. A lot of chests in here.
Don't mind if I do.
How are we doing? All right, we got parts. Let's see. Let's shoot that key. Notice in these early ones, all the keys are red.
Fingers crossed.
Parts. Parts are very important to us right now. We're beefing up bots. Now, you can get to it, they'll blow us up. But we will have to go through here fast. No. Fifth key. Right up there. Okay. Now, we're going up. Unless, of course, I jumped the wrong way.
Open sesame.
Okay. Now, if you fall too far, now across the way over there is another treasure that we can't get to because we don't have the bot that uses that rail. But that's okay. Here come the bad guys. Oh, good grief, come on. Chest.
Well, well, well.
Parts. And 15 fusion. So much for that. Nothing I really want to deal with, per se. So let's pull this, because this is what we have to do. We'll go any further. Brings those things down. And then we turn around and we run that way. Oh, great. Now let's go across over here. We got 5 of 8. Got a chest here.
This ought to be good.
Now, there's that yellow orb. But there's also a red key right down there, hidden. You can't see it from out there. You got to get it from in here. So, let's... Now, if you look across here, we step on this thing, that door over there opens. So,
Surprise, surprise.
go through this. These are pristine parts. These can be used on pristine whatever and broken down into sturdy or worn parts. Okay, y'all, I've been going for 4.5 hours now. I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna take a shot at a speed run here in a minute. But where are you? Jerk. Seventh key. Right there. They really don't want me to get there. The last key is right over here. That's 8 keys, any warp, and that's where the treasure chamber is. We don't have the time, but that's okay. What we're gonna do is we're going to come over here, and we're going to do our very best because I can't move her. Since this is what it is, and we don't have the time, we're still going to take whatever treasure we can with us. Be nice if we had the time, but we didn't make it. That's time. That's the orb. And those are the keys. When we make the speed run through here, we're going to have to get the orb and the keys and make it in time. We're not stopping for chests. Okay? Okay. Here we go. Let's go ahead and gather one here, because there's a prismatic core involved. So we'll take it. Okay. Now what we missed was a chest. But we got the other chest. Generally these chests contain the parts to a specific set. So let's see what kind of set it is. That's for another type of bot. Interesting. Alright. Look down in here, see if there's anything there. There's not. Always want to look. Just in case. Nothing back here. Nothing up my sleeves. So, another prinback core, and then we'll transfer back to the front, and we will try a speed run. I'm not guaranteeing that I will be able to do it, but we're going to try it anyway. Well, Mac is now level 10. Tell you what, let's do. Before we do this, let's go to the restart dungeon. And let's see Violet. Okay. That's just extra stuff.
Time to travel, Violet.
Let's send everything back with Violet. And go beef up Mac. If we can beef up Mac, he can help us on our speed run. So let's go
Okay,
back.
Violet, let's go.
Go back. This is where we are. And this is where we have to do our fixing stuff.
All right, let's get you geared up, Mac.
All right. So let's take a look and see what we've got. Now Mac is level 10. Level 10 and below is something we can use. So now what he's got is this stuff. That's level 1. Not bad. Let's see what else we got. Well, that's level 10. And lethal damage, minus 35% lethal damage received. That's not bad. That's actually pretty good. Okay, let's look at this one. White salty dog. Maximum health, not really all that interested. This guy's level 10. Ooh. He's powerful. 20, 35, 13, 26. 3, 20. The shield recharge rate, not interested. This one is actually, it makes him last longer. So let's do this one. And I'll show you why we're not worried about his head right now.
Sweet. Bingo. Nice.
This is cute, but it's a lot weaker than the one we just put together. So let's escape. Escape again. Go over here to Mac and say, okay, Mac, we're at 88 attack. Let's take that to 100 attack. Let's take that to 113 attack. Take that to 120 attack. And then take a look at the head. He doesn't have any bonuses yet. You can mix the AOK stuff in with any set, and it doesn't take away from their bonuses, and it adds a bonus. You get the set bonus and 35% lethal damage. And you get 5% plus 5% team XP. Build the levels. So let's take that. Save the loadout. Alright. And then we'll back out of here and take a look at Core Fusion. Try to build him up even better. Okay. We got max on the blue energy because we always get blue. So let's leave the rest for later. And see what we got. 162, 210 for defense, and 225 for energy. Not bad at all. So he's ready.
Looking good, boy. Now let's get back to that distress signal.
Nope. What we're going to do is we're going to go back to
What's up,
Broodhive
Violet?
and do a speed run. Because we've got all but 3 of the chests. One we can't get to yet. And speed, actually, you know what? Let's don't bother with that. Let's don't bother with that. Let's go here. And I'll tell you why in a sec. The reason I'm saying that is because we're already level 10. And there's things that we really need to do here. And we really can't do them without the proper bot. That area there, without the proper bot, is kind of hard to do. We go to the next area and set things up properly. First things first. We've got the red dog over here we're going to have to get to here in a minute. But I want to go straight out. If you look here, straight out from Violet, there's a lump. Not just any lump.
Mac, dig in.
That's a back lump. Guess what? Another prismatic core just lying around on the ground, just not doing nothing. Just waiting
Better
for
be
somebody to
good.
come around, dig it up. That should be 9. It is. Now, there's a yellow spider right down here too. And I want his here. I got it. Thank you. We had already set up for that. There's a lump.
Let's do a search.
Have Mac dig that up. Got almost 5 hours. I'd kind of like to get through to the next level here. But it's going to take a little time. Okay. We could go that way and empty that chest. Fight a bunch of Warbots. But I think what we're going to do is we're going to go this way. Because there's a couple of things that we need. And a couple of things we want. There's parts here that we'll be coming back for. Trust me, we'll be coming back and forth to these areas with different bots periodically anyway. This is another one of her father's logs. Like I said, these logs are going to be important.
Jewel, you'll be happy to know that I'm keeping up our tradition of Friday movie night. Although, without you here, the living room is a mess. I really need to pick up all this popcorn and pizza and whatever that is. The old monster and sci-fi movies are the best, don't you think? Remember Frankenstein, 2001? I always wondered, why do we think that our creations will inevitably turn against us? Kind of crazy. But those movies had a big influence on my research. I thought, what would it take to make artificial intelligence more human? Would we have to take out a human brain and put it in a robot head? All kidding aside, the core AI I designed for the Mandate is pretty revolutionary. Maybe they'll make a movie about it someday. One with a happy ending, of course.
You got the scent, Mac?
there are heads that Mac can get where he will actually find and dig those to himself, except for the prismatics. Those he'll walk over, which is a dead giveaway for anybody who watches them. And I always check the edges here because you never can tell what you're going to find. That's where we need to go, right over there. Eventually. All right. Let's go over here. And we want to go right through there. In all actuality, it's going to show us all about this. That we need 6 of those cell bots. And if you want to go to the map, it'll show you the different power cells. Of course, you don't really need to mess with that. First, we're going to go right through here. We've got parts and a Mac lump.
Let's see if there's anything here.
Mac lump. And guess what again? Prismatic quartz just in the dirt.
What have we here?
Now there's a transverse dungeon, it pointed out. It's this one right here, Cavern Rush. This is pure platform, no fighting. This is pure speed run, shoot the keys, find the yellow orb, and get to the end in time. No shooting bad guys at all. This is a transit dungeon. And we're going to do that one before I quit tonight. I've been live for almost 5 hours. Actually, about 20-25 minutes of it was just waiting. So let's say 4.5 hours. And I want to get a step ahead here. But first, and I'm ignoring those guys because I can. Unless they shoot at me. If they shoot at me, they've had it. But I want to go right out here first. The reason I want to go right out here first is for one reason alone. You can't jump up there on that white thing. If you try to climb too high, you get radiation. Okay? But there's another, that's Violet, and she talks in gibberish. And she's got an attitude too. There's nothing else over here. So if you stay here, you die. let's go. No, let's don't do a quick double jump. Let's go like that.
I'll need to take out the energy field before I can get onto the hover plate.
Yep. Normally you'd shoot at this guy, and you can still do that. Let's just blow him up. We're gonna need to blow him up anyway. Not close enough. All right. Got two of the cute little booger. Three of the cute little booger. And the health booster right down here. Three of them. Four little boogers. Five of little boogers. It's gonna fight me. So it doesn't help that. Got it. Let's go. And let's get the sixth one right over here. Let's go put them in place. We'll come back here. There's a couple of things that we can do. Come on, guys. Okay, this is activated now. Normally, you'd have to do some pretty fancy footwork to get to that chest around here. But let's see if we can get there this way. Nope. But you know how we can get there? Just like this. Not the way you're supposed to get there.
Open up.
But who's got the rules? Now, we can go to the transit. What I'd like to do is get through there. We can come back to that. That's a rather cheap transit. And we can just And we've got another prismatic core in Mark. We'll go over here and we'll find another Natalie Bright log. And because we've got a Natalie Bright log, we'll listen to it.
Dr. Roldan, I received your investigation report. There were 16 items that were incompatible with program guidelines. You may think these are minor issues, but I assure you that my superiors do not. Please submit an amended report by the end of your next 12-hour shift. And just a friendly word of advice, one professional to another. You have a tendency to assume that Corebots are 100% reliable. Indeed, it may prove to be the case that the engine trouble had nothing to do with the Corebot malfunction, but they are just machines, and machines can break. Please don't let pride for your creations affect your scientific objectivity. I don't pretend to understand the Corebots as well as you do, but I do know the mandate. And the last thing either of us need at the start of this mission is to arouse unnecessary suspicion. Communications Director Bright, over and out.
Now that's a young woman who's a professional who takes her job seriously, but maybe too seriously. But that's okay. Okay, this is where we were. That's where we were, down there. There's another transfer plate right here. And there's a chest right down here. Wonder what's in it.
What have we here?
She asked the same question. White salty dog head. Still not interested. I think he's pretty much beefed up. And there's a chest up there that we're going to go get. But I think we're going to have to cheat to get it because we don't have what's necessary to actually get up there. So we're going to go up this side. There it is. Now. And then we fly across. And get that one.
Surprise, surprise!
Red iron tusk body for an SPDR, a spider. That's interesting. Okay. Is anybody back yet? Draco, are you around? Smiley, you gone already? Okay. What we're gonna do, since I've been at this for a while, is we're gonna drop everything off here.
Okay, Violet, let's go.
Let's send everything back to the crawler first. And I think because of what we're doing right now, we need to just go on. Just move on. I've been at it for almost 5 hours, and this is where another cutscene comes in. So, and this takes us to the next section, and I think what we'll do is we'll call it there.
Security bots. Good. Maybe they can tell us what's going on. Give you this core. Why? Victor demands it. Who the heck is Victor? Mac! Hey, what's wrong with you? Ugh. No way I'm giving this to bots like that.
Now he's got a purple core that's made up of blue and red, so he's susceptible. Oh, well, I wanted his parts. You'll notice that the green one took off. He didn't want any part of this. Okay, we could do the transit cavern rush. It's a level 4. It's a speed run. But I'm really not all that interested. I'm actually interested in getting here for right now. This is the cradle. This is an important part of the story. And once we get there, I think we're going to call it a night. And we're going to get there by going right here and feeding a core. Remember, the signal was supposed to come from the cradle.
We couldn't load all the heavy equipment we needed onto ships and bring it to Far Eden. Instead, the core bots would have to build it there.
They use parts of ship, minerals they dig from the earth, that type of thing, to bring things about. There's nothing here, but a Mac lump. Mac,
Mac, dig in.
dig it up. Wow, did you get back yet? Yeah, E-turn.
The distress signal's coming from the far side of that quarry pit. Come on, Mac.
Okay, this is the quarry pit. That's the far side of it. Distinction is important. There is a chest, and according to the map, a prismatic core right here. But I'm going to tell you right now, you can't get there from here. Not without the right bot. So we're not even going to try it. What we are going to do is we're going to call it right here. I'm planning on I'm actually planning on streaming every Wednesday at about 6 o'clock and putting in 4 to 5 hours, possibly a little more depending on where we are. Because right now we're going to do the first book, The Planet Far Eden, and that fact right there I wanted to show you that although the first chapter is all about Jewel and what she did and how she got there, chapter 2 starts with Kai Bren. That's who she's going to see right now. In the game, you see Kai Bren once, then you see Kai Bren again, and you never see him again for the rest of the game. I think he's a very important part of the whole concept. I think he's a very important part of the game itself. My opinion. So I wrote his backstory. His backstory, what he was doing while Jewel was trying to survive. And there's also chapters where he hears Jewel coming and doesn't know it's Jewel. And then he meets her, and he's kind of taken aback by her because she is something else. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to call it right there. I'm going to close down the game. Make sure everything is saved. Yep, everything is saved. Right at the cradle. And I'm going to end it right there. The thing is, this game takes a while if you do it right. I have 2 dungeons that I need to come back to the Lonely Basin to do. I have one that will have to wait until maybe after the game is finished to come back to that one that takes 75 cores. But I think it's important to get what you can with what you've got and then move the story along, because as the story goes along, you're going to gather more bots. Good bots, not the ones that are trying to kill you. And each one of those bots that frame has a special purpose. Each one does. And you'll need that special purpose to go back to previous areas to collect the things you need to collect, get the experience you need to get, and you'll need to beef them up as you go to be able to complete the story. I do not recommend going to the Prime Core at less than a 25 level. I don't. And if you don't have 30 prismatic cores, don't even bother to show up on the doorstep, because you will not get in. Now, since I don't know anything at all about transferring to somebody else, 1, 2, 3 people, I'm just going to suggest that if you know of somebody that's up right now, and that would be probably, let's see, yeah, Taryn should be up right now. I don't think. Well, oh, okay. Draco says the stream in Twitch was spinning. Oh, buffering? Well, that's possible. Let me check that out right now before I get off. Nope, it's running here. Nope, it's running here. Okay. So I'll be checking it out. Just if you want to read the books again, they're located at on Reddit under r/Recore. You can just hit that website right there. The books are in the fan fiction area on the right. You can read the full story. The first 3 books are the complete definitive edition of what we're playing right now. The 4th book is a conjecture based on the logs and what she's finding as she goes along. The books include a lot more information for Kai and for other people who happen to be in the area at the time. And not a lot of them, but anyway. And it sets the level for the different characters for Little Violet, for Mac, for Jewel, backstory for Kai. Now, if you want to go there and read that, that's fine. They're free, downloadable in Word, and you find them there. You also can find them on Discord, the Recore Discord, under the fan fiction tab. All 4 books are there as well. And if you want to take a look at what I write, you can find me at my website there, or on the Discord for almost darn near everybody, I think. But if you were in and you're looking, or if you're looking at it now, if you're looking at the video right now, I appreciate you taking the time and looking at it. If you like what you see, hit that follow, and I will see you next Wednesday. Next Wednesday at 6 o'clock, I'll be going from where we are now, after a quick recap, to where we really want to go throughout the story. we'll be looping back, doing missions back to Granite Steps, through the Lonely Basin, and through the Cradle. And as things progress, we'll just continue on. If you got a question about how a portion of this is written in the book, let me know. I'll bring the book up and we'll take a look at it. Like I said, there's 3 books for the definitive edition and a 4th book that was the culmination of all of that plus the logs. So, well, thank you for your attention, and I hope you enjoyed this stream, and I hope to see you again